Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to part 7 of the Classic Adventure Games series. Now, right here, I've been listening to part 6 of the series, and if you've come straight from that series, then you know more than me, because I produced this about a week ago, and I don't remember everything I was doing, although I did get the gist of it. One thing I noticed immediately was I stopped in the middle of a change. I remember I ran out of time last time. And that's unfortunate. Another unfortunate thing is my audio profile has just changed thanks to my heater coming on. Maybe I'll turn that off. Let's look though and see how bad it is. If we look here, yeah, there's a little bit of noise there. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna fix my audio with this brand new tool I figured out, and then we'll move on from there. Whoops. Okay, so hopefully this works properly. And here we go. We're just going to start this. There we go. Okay, great. So, I may as well explain that while we're here. You see, if I click this button, then Reaper will record an audio profile of all the noise in my room, and all I have to do is be quiet during that time period, and it will block all of those sounds. Now that makes my voice sound like crap, but then you can't hear my heater, so it's a compromise. And you can see a lot of the quality of my voice here is getting trashed, but you can see what's getting blocked, right? So yeah, this is the compromise we're making. Anyway. Oh, I guess it looks like it's not totally blocking my voice here. I don't know exactly how it works, but it seems to suggest, like, the color of the line seems to suggest it's not blocking this, even though it's below that line. Maybe it's doing some kind of weird math to separate the sounds, which would be great, by the way. Hope it is. Anyway, it does just seem to distort my voice somewhat. So, and the problem is, if I click this button with the mouse, then the mouse click registers on the mic. So I use this tool to move the mouse to this spot, click it, wait for 3 seconds, and then click it again. And now that I've explained this to you and moved this all around, these coordinates no longer work. So next time I'll just have to readjust. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. Now with that out of the way, we'll get back to the video. I just thought I'd share that with you because it's really cool. Yeah, with Xdo Tool you can basically it's a really simple Linux app, or I should say widely available. I don't know how simple it is, but excuse me. It lets you basically auto-click on Minecraft or any game. So yeah, pretty legit. I mean, it's almost like auto-clicking is built into the operating system. Not quite, but close enough. Anyway. Right, this is not where I left off. So here's where I left off. And I looked at the code in source control, and honestly, I looked at my changes in here, and I'm not quite figuring out what it looks like our plan was to modify our storage type for our inventory. Yeah, here it is. Okay, this is the change we're doing. I just found it. Been looking through this a little bit, looking for that. So we're just making this change everywhere until it builds. Okay. Now, like I said, if you follow directly from episode 6, you remember more about this than I do at this point. So, let's get back into it. Okay, so we got world apply effect. The problem here is the result type is wrong. What? You know what? It's probably to do with this. Geez, I really don't remember the last thing I did. I probably am just going to have to either restart this change right here. That might be the simplest, actually. Let me see what I changed specifically in this area. Okay, none of it's saved. None of it's in the index, so that makes things simpler. Interaction specifically, we want to look here. Oh, this is the only place we've changed. Okay. We renamed this to item ID. We've added this error right here. And we've added an error here. We haven't put any information there yet. Okay. And we remove this stuff because apparently it was wrong. I wish I just commented that out because I don't remember what I'm trying to do here. I can figure it out. But one more thing I just realized we should fix while we're here. Let me open up my settings and see. Can I change the size of things? Is there like a font size setting? Accessibility, of course. Okay. Cursor size. Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. It's got a place to increase that. That's nice. I want to increase the size of... I may as well let you guys join me in this. I thought it'd be quicker than this. Yeah, so displays. Can I maybe change... I mean, I can scale it up. I don't really want to scale everything, though. I just want to change text size. Okay, I also want to be able to see the search bar button. Let's get off this page, I guess. Font, text. I mean, I get on this page and I don't really know what to do. I guess seeing, right? But then there's no option except cursor size. Large text. Oh. Okay, it doesn't give you a slider. It just gives you two options. Yeah, by making the text large like this, I think it'll be easier to see on stream. My hope is you can see it from your phone. However, it does make it a lot harder for me to... makes it a lot harder for me to have multiple panels here side by side, vertical panels. Now, here's what I want to know. 78, boom. What? Is 78 really that far away? I wish this editor would show me which column I was on. It doesn't seem to have that in the status bar anywhere. Oh, here it is. Down here in this corner. We go to... Oh, we go to the beginning. Very beginning. And if I go to here, I'm on column 66. So basically, I can only see 66 columns of text. Well, that's just wonderful. That's life, I guess. But I just need to keep that in mind when I'm working to try to limit myself to 66 columns or less. Probably 65 is smarter. Give myself a little bit of room. Anyway, we just need to continue this change. So, let's start from the top. We're trying to trigger an event. We have a world, a room ID. This is the room we're in. Probably want to rename this to location or something like that. Yeah, that would be better. But I'm not doing that in this commit either. So state effect. If we have a state effect, then we're applying that effect to the world. Okay, and there's an error there because of this probably. Or maybe this. We are supposed to return... Oh, I get it. It's supposed to return nothing, right? Oh, right. We need to actually look at apply the result. Okay, now what's the error? Now I'm confused. I thought apply effect... it was complaining about result. Oh, it's expecting a result, but it's finding unit. Okay, let's look in more detail here. Yeah, it's unit. Okay. So we just need OK here. Weirdly enough. Okay. Item creator. I mean, it seems weird to apply this like this, but it makes enough sense when you read it. Okay, great. Right, so if we have an item creator, we're triggering something different, right? We're going to trigger the thing that creates an item. World.items.contains item ID. Okay, if the item template doesn't exist, I almost should say item template, but I'm not going to do that. We'll worry about naming. Like we're so far removed from worrying about UX experience, and we've got to balance the experience of the end user with the experience of the story author. So that's a question for another day. Now, some room. Okay, we grab a room. Okay, so in other words, the room doesn't exist. Room ID equals not found. Very, very simple. Room ID. I guess we need a semicolon here. Now what's the problem here? Oh, we need to format it. Format. I'm sure there's some kind of anyhow shorthand for this, but... And then we had to do astra. Right? No. Oh, these both give an error now. What's the error? Okay. I was suspicious when this worked. I was really suspicious when that worked. Okay. So... Right, and static str didn't last very long, now did it? I think we'll just change this to... Honestly, let's change it to a box str. But I want to make that change separately from everything else I'm doing. Like, I want to make that change in advance, because it's going to have to be across the entire code base. I could change it to string as well, but there's no reason to allow edits to it, and box str is about as convenient, right? So here's what I want to do. Get stash save keep. Wait, I need to remember what keep does. Man get stash keep. Hang on. Keep. There we go. This index's option is only valid for push and save commands. All changes already added to the index are left intact. That's not what I want. What I want is to keep stash only what's staged. I don't know if keep index means it only stages what's not in the index. Oh, yeah, let's just do index. Get stash save index. What? You know what? Let's not overthink it. We'll just figure it out. Okay. All changes got rid of all the changes. We have it running right now. Okay, so you know it has been a while. Maybe in a minute I'll demo the app for those who haven't seen it. I probably should have done that at the beginning. Okay, so cargo build. Everything works. Yep. You know what? Just for those who haven't seen it before, let's quickly demo the app. Oopsie daisy. Man, okay. So you run the app, and basically we're loading in this this temporary story, this test story, with 3 rooms, right? And you can see here we got a description of the room we're in. We're in a square room with a large A painted on the concrete floor. And there's an exit to the south. There's also a stapler here. Okay, so we can take the stapler. Oh, did I use the wrong... Why is that an invalid command? Oh, that's interesting. I've forgotten how to play my game. Let's go learn how to play. User command. Take is totally a command. Right here it is. Right? Well, let's see where else this is used. I wish this search were case sensitive. That's really frustrating that it's not. But let's keep going. Here we go. Here we go. Now, where does invalid command come in? Where's that message come from? Invalid command given. That's right here. Really? Get command return nothing, huh? That's not where I was. Here we go. What's going on here? Is it because of... Oh! Oh, it's because of normalized string. I don't think I tested after I did this. Normalized string, what does it do? It trims, converts it to a string. Wait a minute. Command. Am I... Oh! There's so many things I'm doing wrong here. In the first place, I should be applying normalized string here. Oh my goodness, wow. I just didn't... when I was doing this, I remember I was trying to think as little as possible. So I didn't look at any of this stuff. I was kind of in a hurry, you know? So I basically need to undo this part of my normalized string commit. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's fix this while we're here. It's a bug that evidently is preventing this from working. Quit. Oh, the quit command worked. Okay. Let's look at our last few. Let's just do a get blame on main. Source main. And let's look for RG's fine. Normalize string. The last one should be it. Yeah, right here. This commit. We want to start from its parent and go back to the beginning. Oh, it's this. Okay, this one. Okay. There we go. Okay, there weren't that many changes there, but I think this one caused that bug. Now, what I want to do is revert it. No, what I want to do is revert it a little bit. So let's try it this way. I don't want to make any changes here. Can I do like a piecemeal revert? Because I feel like that would be best. Quit. Oh, I know. Let's do checkout tag p only on this one file. That'll make it easy. Split. We don't want to change that. We do want to change all of that. Nope. That's it. Okay. Basically, I want to undo all of this stuff because I'm already doing it up here. Now, what's the problem, yo? Oh, I get it. I get it. Those are both... Yeah. I need to apply that inside of the option. That's fine. We can do that. And this is the part we try to remember. Option map. This is the fun game we play where we try to remember how to use Rust without command completion, without the LSP running properly. Yes, okay, apply a function. So instead of calling it this way, whoops, dot map normalize string. I don't understand why it completes it that way when it's not even grammatical. Like syntactically, that's invalid. Well, it's not invalid syntactically, I guess, but it's not what we want. Okay, now this says we have a problem because we expected a string, but we found a str. Expected string found str. Oh, got it. So the problem here is that any string literal is a reference to a static str. So that's the issue we're having here. Come on, man, do I really have to convert every one of these? Does that fix it? I don't remember. Oh, now I have to remember how I did that last time. Let's go back to here, maybe? I was messing with strings. ToString, right. I'm doing the opposite of what I meant to do. Let's just do ToString. Now what's the problem? Oh. Well, that's problematic. Okay. Well, we got toString on all of these. We're going to have to replace toString here with... We're going to have to replace toString with clone, most likely. Map normalized string. Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to map a custom closure. Let's call it S for string, I guess. Normalized string dot to's astra. Cannot return a value referencing a temporary value. I mean, I get it. Okay, let's get rid of the toString part here. Where are we using this function? I think only here. Let's do this. Okay. I think the reason trim works like this is because it doesn't have to make a destructive edit. It can just make a smaller reference to the same set of bits. So let's just get rid of this. We can get rid of the whole lambda there. We can get rid of the whole anonymous function. Okay, we're back to normal now. And I do not know why it's giving me this error. This clearly is an issue with our LSP. That's the next thing we need to start fixing, folks, is getting this whole development environment set up properly, which is going to take some time. But we'll get it right. Okay, great. Looks like everything's doing fine. Yes. Okay. Okay, that's not what I wanted from my keyboard. Wow, I can't see anything here. Okay, yeah. This looks good. Now, let's see if it actually runs properly. Well, it compiles at least. That's a start. Now let's try to take the stapler. Okay, now it's working. This is good. This is good. I think the problem was we're normalizing user input or something, but we weren't normalizing the command. I don't know what the issue was. We're only using this here, though. I don't know. Oh, gosh, I don't know. Okay. Now, okay, so now let's take the exit. Now we're... Oh, right, exit's not a real command. Okay, so we want to go south. That's how you take an exit. Okay, I've forgotten how to play, guys. So it's a good thing I'm introducing all of you to this room, to this game, so that I can relearn how to play. Now, you see in this second room here, we've got nothing. Well, there's a light bulb and a light switch. Now, I don't remember if this works or not. I don't think it does yet. I think we have an issue in the story, if I'm not mistaken, that broke this. And we're in room B. Look at our interactions. We have light B. If I'm not mistaken, we can't refer to these interactions. We don't have... Yeah, we have a description here, but we don't have a label. So... I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually the label, but we don't parse things like that currently, so we can't even... I don't think there's any way to pull this in. So, basically, we can't refer to these interactions. That's one of the bugs we were wanting to work on. Our plan here, since we're introducing new folks to the game, potentially, or to the whole series, our plan here in our parser is to... Well, our plan is to set up tests... Yeah, in our parser, we're trying to set up validation, so that we notice that, hey, you're missing the stuff you're supposed to have. And right now, where's our validation? I know it's here. Oh, it's not here? Here it is. Right now, everything passes validation. What we want to do is make sure each interaction has a label. Now, it's kind of worse than that, because interactions are supposed to have a label and a summary, but right now, we're actually using the description as if it were the label. This is because we allowed AI to write this code, and it did something obvious and dumb. And also because when I wrote this code manually, I was confused. I was using the word description with 3 different meanings, and I got rid of all of them just because I was so confused. So descriptions should now be called summaries. This field is a summary, it's not a description. And then label is a different field that's missing. So you can see what confused state I was in when I wrote this code. And of course, our parser tests, our original parser tests, didn't catch this bug. Why? Because we wrote the parser with AI, and then we wrote the test with AI. And either way, the AI, if you have a known good implementation, or one that you need to replicate, if you want to have a bug exact replication of an existing implementation, you can use it to generate tests. And then you can see if your new implementation passes those tests, right? But that doesn't work if you don't know if your implementation is good. And I started from this, right? Said, hey, this is known good. I'm sure it's good, even though I was confused and wrong. And I wrote my test from that. If I'd manually written tests, I probably would have caught this. If I'd manually written the parser, I definitely would have caught this. This is just the shortcomings of using AI, which I guess, it didn't take as long to write the parser as it did to talk about this, so maybe it was worth it. Maybe it was a decent trade-off. Anyway, here we are in room B. We can't do the interactions yet. That's something we're working on. But we can go east. Here's something I want to test out. I really want to be able to push the button at some point. We can go west. I want to try go west. It worked. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Go west. Go west. Oh, it's not doing any spelling changes. Right. I should be doing that, honestly. But that would probably require me, it probably would cause issues. Because right now we're kind of lucky, because when we're normalizing the stream, we're not making a change. Whoa, okay, I don't know why it's doing things. Why are you doing things? Stop doing things. When we trim the string, this is not a mutable change, evidently. Right? Because probably what we're doing is we're taking... I know what we're doing. We're taking a string with a given implicit lifetime, and we're creating a str, and we're creating a new str that points at the same string, the same area of memory, to a smaller portion of it, with the same lifetime. But if we did 2 lowercase, we would be changing the lifetime of it because we'd then have to allocate it somewhere else. Yeah. Now, if we passed in a reference, if we passed in a str instead of a reference to a str, we could probably just modify it in place. Or make a temporary copy and clone it over it, or copy it over it, or something like that. That's something we could probably do to work around this. But that's not something I'm doing now. For now, you just have to type everything in lowercase. Oh, and of course, when you're done, you quit the game. You can't exit, you have to quit. And honestly, that's probably a good thing, because just now, I typed in exit, but what I really meant was go. So I got confused. The end user is going to get confused if I can get confused, so... they're going to find novel ways to get confused. Anyway, we fixed that bug. Whoopsie daisy. I think the problem with my keyboard is the crimp on that cable, but we're not fixing that today. Alright. Fix bugs in usage of normalized string. For some reason, no command could be recognized with the old previous usage. Also, for no reason at all, we weren't we're applying normalized string. Also, refactor to call it less often. There we go. I didn't mention that I changed the type of it, but whatever. It's a short commit. You can read it for yourself. Okay. Oh, look at all this stuff. Okay. This is the change we were making, I think, in the stuff we were working on just now. Now, the thing I need to do, though, at this point, RGS, and, oh boy, static. I need to make sure that this isn't a special command of any kind. We need to find everywhere where we use this and change it to string. Or no, boxstra, or yeah, boxstra. I think that's what we're going to do. Right. Although I'm going to leave the parser alone. I think I only need to deal with source types for now, and then if I get compile errors, I will then move on to other stuff. I have a sneaky feeling I will. And static str. Pattern not found. I have a feeling it's the ampersand. Look at that, it's commented out in both places. Well, isn't that nice? Okay. It's not even here. Oh, so that was a new change. Well, that's good news. Because I can just... Well, it's good news and bad news. I need to pull back my previous change to even have access to that. I see. So here's where we added the static str. Okay. I think because of how complex this... Okay. Because I'm making this change, because this bad thing I want to change is part of the work in progress that hasn't been committed yet, and because it seems to be localized to the trigger function, at least for now, I'm going to just change it in place here, and then for the other cases where we're using it, I'm going to ignore them until I get this commit finished. Because I don't want to... There's no reason to distract my focus, right? So I'm going to change this to a boxstra. Because otherwise, I'm not able to do stuff like this. We do need to change it to a box, though. Can I do into? Perfect, that works. No less convenient than it was before, although it's inconvenient. Kind of wish it would just automatically coerce, but I guess that's not the Rust way. Okay. Maybe I wouldn't want that if it actually happened. Maybe I'd be confused. Okay, so trigger. This is an item creator. We're checking if the world contains the item template. We're checking if the room exists. And then we're putting the item in the room. All right, we're creating a new instance of this item in that room. All right. One thing, put item can fail, but we're already handling failure, so we're good. And honestly, instead of doing OK like this, I could just return whatever that returns. I could just do this. Wait. Keyboard no working. I could just do that. Except it's not working because of the and stress stuff. Okay. Interesting that this will coerce it and return an appropriate error. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Even if I could do that, I think I like this form better. Because, yeah, returning this value isn't the purpose of this method, or this function. You know, we may at some point have other cleanup code we have to do later. It's just coincidental that the OK return of this happens to match the OK return of this. That's coincidental. It has nothing to do with the purpose of either function. So, I think having it separate makes more sense. in terms of readability and also in terms of expandability later if we want to make changes. So that's why I'm doing that. Now, does everything build? I know the answer is no, but I want to see how bad it is. Okay, we're getting a syntax error, so it could be pretty bad. Right. You just don't know how bad it is. That was hiding all the other errors. Okay, there we go. Private field. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of this we were having issues with. Okay. I was thinking about having AI do this, but I think I'm going to do it by hand. I just need to get more... I need to remember how this app works. Let's close this stuff, make more room. And let's look for the word storage. Okay. I do right away need this again. So let's look at inventory. All right. Default for inventory. Okay. And you change this to slots because it's no longer about capacity. We might want capacity and slots separately, but this currently is referring to slots because we've just changed how it works. I remember that from the last stream because basically before we had a vec of all the items and we had said, okay, if the vec size grows beyond 10, then it's a bug, it's an error. We just give an error message to the user, say, hey, your inventory's full, bud. You can't put anything else in. But now we have the type as a hash map of item IDs and counts. So that means that you can have 10 item slots, you can have 10 different kinds of items, and for each item you can have basically an unlimited number of them. Like 2 million or something. Actually, it's unsigned, it's like 4 million or something like that. While we're here, let's see how much it is. Let's go to programming or advanced. Sure. Let's say 2 to the power of, well, we're already stuck. Oh, there we go. 2 to the power of, I guess we're just typing this out with the mouse. Yeah. So this would be 7,000. This is 4 million. Oh, this is 4 billion. Okay, I was thinking 4 million. It's 4 billion. Anyway, it's a big number. That's how many of each. That's how many staplers you can have in your inventory. Okay. So that's a big number, and that's fine. Okay, now. The garbage truck, my nemesis, is coming, but I beat him today. I got the trash taken out in time. And it's good news because of the holidays. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. If you're in the US. If you're somewhere else, well, I guess happy Wednesday. So, now, before we had a vec, and we were iterating over it and doing all kinds of nonsense. This is AI-generated code I don't like. I probably should just rewrite it. Because it's confusing and annoying and probably not needed. I should just rewrite the take command, honestly. Okay. Find the current room is a bit misleading. Okay, why are we unwrapping? You know what? Let's start from scratch. I don't like any of that. Well, no, I want to make the smallest change that does what I want. I just don't want to do too much right now. Unwrap. This is bad. This needs to go away. Let's leave it for now. All right. So we should just give an error message. Jeez. How hard is that? Now for this, we are going to have to rewrite most of this, to be honest. Oh, right. Okay. So we're taking an item. Oh, we just need to transfer here. Yeah, okay, so room dot inventory dot transfer to player.inventory. I think the rest of this is garbage. Wait, nah. Let's select everything this way. There we go. What's the problem? Takes 2 arguments, but 1 was supplied. Oh, we need the item ID, right. Oops. Item. Should be a mutable reference. Now this might cause all kinds of issues. This should be a reference. Oh, right. That's some of the code I deleted, but we're going to have the same issue here. So let's take a look at item and see where item is converted from a string. I'm not seeing that it is. Item ID, where does that come from? What? Where does ID come from? Oh, it comes from here, right. Item ID opt. Let's think about this. We're going through, we take a candidate item, we get by, oh wow, we're iterating over every item ID, and then grabbing the item with that ID, unless it doesn't exist, of course. We're not unwrapping here, we're guarding it here where it's guaranteed to exist. And then we're doing a compare case with, we're doing a compare case between the label and the item here. Oh, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Right, we are supposed to be comparing labels. Right, because what we have is not the item ID, it's the item label. Okay, because I got confused, I'm going to rename this item label. Come on. Probably should rename it everywhere, but okay, that didn't work. Item label. Something's going on with my keyboard. That's the ongoing saga, I guess. Okay, now this is the wrong way to use it. We got to first find the item with that label. So, let's just ask AI. In Rust, I want to grab the key for any element of a hash map which matches the given filter function. Yeah, okay. I love how it says to use iter and find, and I don't. Okay, I was going to say I don't really see either of them used. We have our mapping iter.find. Okay, that's unfortunate. We're going to have to use iter find again. But instead of iterating over the keys, since we need the values anyway, let's just iterate over the entries, right? Can we iterate over key value instead of key? What? Okay, I don't know why you're changing a filter. I didn't ask you to do that. I just said iterate over both. It says iter does that, but I'm going to try it out. I don't think that, like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me that it could work with both methods. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. How could this be an item ID and a tuple? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Unless iter allows you to iterate over multiple types. I don't know. Alright, but we're going to copy this, basically. How can we do that, though? We don't have access to the storage. Okay, so we need a new function here to do it. That's actually convenient. Pub function, find item with label. And self, we don't need to mutate it. And str label. Option item ID. Perfect. Actually, it's going to be a reference to an item ID. Right. Oh. Oh yeah, of course this is going to fail because we're not doing that yet. Let's just mark it as to do for now. I want to remove the error so that I can pay more attention to what errors mean. Okay, so this is sort of like test-driven development. It's type-driven development. The errors will guide you. Oh, I'm getting a warning here. I need to fix that warning. I need to start using the label. You know, it's pretty clear what I should do next. Except I don't quite remember. So, self dot. Okay, whoa. Self dot. Come on now. Storage dot iter dot find. I don't believe this is going to work, but I will try it. Item ID and item. Oh, wait. Count. Oh, this doesn't help at all. No, this doesn't even slightly help. This isn't where I should add it. Yeah, I really need a difference between items and item templates, to be quite honest with you. Hold that thought. But let's look here. Items. This is where we want it. Pub function get item template. Okay. Let's take this out of here. Get item template and self, label and str. Only the name is changed. Okay. So this is really the same function, but only the name is changed. Okay, so the details are a little bit different, but okay. We still want to do self.items.iter.find. And we'll just repeat, for the sake of understanding, item ID, count, oh wait, no. Item ID, template. We're just going to call it template. I don't want to call it item template. Boom. And we'll say to do. Did we get rid of all the type errors there? No. That's probably a syntax error. Oh yeah, that's totally a syntax error. Oh yeah. There we go. Okay, great. So, apparently it type checks, which is weird. If template dot overview. Now I have to figure out what items look like again. Items has an overview, right. Oh, it's a Boolean. I knew something was fishy about that. Okay, that advice the AI gave me was just wrong. Entry gets the key's corresponding entry. Entries is what I want. Is that a real thing? Apparently not. You can convert from a list of entries, but not to them. I mean, I guess you can... Yeah. That's disappointing, honestly, because obviously, if you're iterating over a hash map, I mean, you don't always need the entries, or you don't always need the elements, but it's pretty common that you will. So is it just? Am I just fated to always have an unwrap? Anyway, let's do it. Okay, what is the value then of that? I don't know what that bool even means, you know? Okay, so let some template equal self.items.get item ID, else continue. Now, this will never happen. Oh, let's just do return. False. Return false. Right. This will never... Oh, this needs to be what? Wait. Are you kidding me? Huh. I'm just confused here. Why is this a Boolean now? I think this is just an issue with the LSP not being set up properly. So, if template.overview, let's do this. Let template item equal template. Now it at least gives me that much. Dot label. Yeah, if label equals. Equals? Okay, so far so good. Oh. Return label equals that. If they're equal, they're equal. I guess we don't need to return it. We can just do that. Now, why does this fail? Oh. Okay, that works for me. Right, and find is going to return what exactly? How does find work? Let's go back to search. ITIR. Not what I wanted. Hash map ITIR, I guess. Yeah, okay. It visits all key value pairs. I see. So the code I compiled doesn't work the way I expected. Or the code the AI wrote for me previously doesn't work the way I expected, I guess. That's what I'm learning. Okay, great. We iterate over key value pairs. Oh, it's an iter. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, now I'm looking for find in this place. Here it is. Okay, this returns an option self item. Oh. So it returns the full item. Okay. So actually we don't even need item ID here. We can just replace it with that. I'll rename this to... Get rid of that. And then rename this to item template. Perfect. And the value returned is going to be the item. Let item equal, let's say that, item equal this. Okay. Let some item equal item else return none. Don't think I need that. Perfect. Sum item dot yes. So now that we got the item, we need to grab the right value from it. We need the ID. Unfortunately, that's not working because I don't remember what an item is. Oh, it returns the entry. Oh. I should be returning the item ID anyway. Okay, so sum item ID nothing. Okay. I think the most elegant way to do this would be to return item. Let's call this item entry. Dot map item ID to nothing. We don't want to take that. There we go. We'll just uncurry this. Whoops, we don't need a semicolon there. I think this is the most elegant way to do this. All right. I guess we could put the map right there, to be honest, and just have it be one thing, couldn't we? Yeah, why not? What could go wrong with just golfing this whole thing? I'm sure we'll never have to debug this ever. It does seem to, like, it's deceptively, the structure is deceptively simple. It's a complex thing it's doing. We're iterating, we're iterating over all the items until we find one where the label matches. And then we're returning the item ID from the matching label. If it doesn't match, we're mapping over an option here. If it doesn't match, we would just return none. So that works. Or I should say if there are no matches, rather. Now, get item template is done. And this basically allows us to convert, to summarize what we're trying to do here, this allows us to take a label the user's passed us in and convert it to the correct item ID. Okay, so let's do that. Let item ID equal world.get item template label. Item label. Perfect. And once we've done that, we can do item ID. Can I do a reference to that? Great. Why is this a str and not an... Okay, whatever. Why is it not a box str? I'm not dealing with that right now. Okay. What's the problem with item ID? Oh, right. We need to handle failure. Else. Print line. Invalid item ID equals, and this will automatically do formatting for us. Actually, unknown item, boom. We only have the item label, so we can't return. Great. Put a semicolon there for consistency. We only have the label. We can't use the item ID here, and it makes more sense to use the label anyway. Great, now this command works. Oh my goodness, that was so hard. Now, based on this, I'm going to rewrite the drop command to just match that. I don't think there's nothing special I need to do. In fact, I literally just need to change the direction of certain things. Look at this. Player.inventory .transfer to room.inventory. Look at that. We just swapped player. We just swapped player with room, and we're good. In fact, it would have been quicker just to actually literally swap those two. Now, what's the problem here? Oh, item label doesn't exist. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Now let's see how many other errors we have. Well, just how many times we're referring to storage here? Lots of times. Okay. Inventory. Now, if I recall, our inventory here has a look inside. There we go. We just get look inside. Okay, so we'll do that. Let inventory equal player.inventory dot look inside. Okay. So far, so good. Now, if inv dot is empty, whoops, that did too much. Of course it doesn't exist. Oh my goodness, wow. I really don't know what I can do with this thing. I mean, I guess I can find documentation on it. This is what it's like without an LSP. Values. Into values. Go away that. Okay, here's the type, and this is apparently, okay, still related to hash maps. Okay, so it's a very specific type, len. Now, interesting to me that this one is a nightly feature, but len is not. Okay, we'll just use len then. Let len equal inv.len. If len equals 0, okay. Okay. For item in inventory. Okay, well, let's just do it that way. Now, when I look at this, it's the... Okay, well, these are not... Oh, yeah, these are item IDs, right. We'll grab the... Well, no, I don't want to iterate over the... Oh, I need to iterate over both. Okay. Well, this is no longer correct. Is it? We're just iterating over values. It doesn't look like we get access to the key in any way. Yeah, okay, so that's not going to work. We're going to have to redo that. We're going to redo this. Because we need the count. It's in this type, but it's not, the value's not accessible, only the type is accessible. So, let's do iter instead. Just change that to iter, does it work? It does, alright. Now then, everything so far type checks. Item ID count. So far, so good. Okay, now this is where I want to get crazy. Okay, so let some item equal world.items.get item ID. We want to basically, if the item doesn't exist, we just want to continue. We just want to ignore the issue. This isn't really relevant to the player. This is just a bug. You know, it's buggy, but it's not relevant to the player. I think we're just going to ignore it in this case. Now, we don't want to crash the game because some random fluke happened. In my opinion, I think we should be resilient against this and respect that the user hasn't saved their game at this point. We don't want to crash. Yeah. If anything, we should catch this kind of error when we're saving the game or when we're loading it, and then make an appropriate choice there. I don't think we should do it in the middle of gameplay, try to handle it. Okay, I mean, maybe make a debug message there, right? I mean, maybe we return early or something. Yeah, I mean, we could just fail with an error and not quit the game completely, not crash the game, but we could just fail with an error and say you can't print your inventory. But that doesn't help necessarily. Like, ignoring it might give the user more information about what's wrong, because they might be like, wait a minute, I just tried to pick something up and I can't see it now. You know, that might actually provide more information. So, but that's all out of scope for an MVP anyway. That's just future plans. So, at this point, we know we have a valid item. And here we're checking whether they have a summary. I don't like that. I need to add the summary thing. I need to add this handling into the overview itself. The overview impl. Okay. Well, we'll get there. Excuse me. Okay. Think it through. Okay. We just need to grab the summary, okay? No. It's not just that. Okay. Let summary equal item.overview.summary dot or else item.overview.default summary. No, let's just call it overview equals item.overview. Let's simplify this. Okay. This is not going to work. It's going to give me a type error. Let's do this. This is what life without LSP is like. Okay, let's search for option or else. This will definitely help us find the right function. It's going to be around here somewhere. Okay, or? No. Or? Nope. Map or? There is one that provides a default value. This does. But I want a default value and no function applied. Okay, so let's start at the top. Let's just search for default. Mapper default? Unwrapper default. This is such a weird name for it. Okay. What? Wait. Oh, that doesn't help at all, actually. Ugh. The names of these things is so complicated. Okay, obviously that's not what we want. Unwrap or. Why does unwrap or default not allow you to provide the default? Anyway. Okay, here's the fun stuff. Okay. Let's do .clone. Perfect. And this doesn't work because... Can I make this a ref? Okay, fine. Okay. Now we have our summary. Print line, oops. Let's just do a tab, keep it simple. And let's do count. Oh wait, let's just do that. X. No, just like that. Okay, there we go. Count and summary. Nope. Now that's a really interesting decision for the, let's try this again. This is a really interesting choice for the IntelliSense, for the auto-completion. Because it looks like there's no, I guess I can just type the Y. Anyway, I guess there's no good choice there. Okay. Sometimes autocomplete does things that make me question the choices, but I guess in that case there was no good choice. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is so much simpler than before. This is a sign. Well, first of all, it's a sign that I'm superior to AI in some small way. But also it's a sign that our types are moving in the right direction because it's easier. Like the code we're writing is now simpler, right? Because the types are meeting our needs better. So that's always a good sign. So now we're printing the room. Okay, this is also more boring same. Honestly, we just need, okay, I'm seeing that we need this inventory printing function to be part of this, is what I'm seeing. So the code we just wrote, let's go back there. Right, so not this, but this. And we probably should return the summary instead of printing it. But all of that is definitely doable. So, pub function summarize inventory. Actually, let's just call it summarize. You know, we probably should have like a trait for this and then have summarize always do the thing. It probably shouldn't be part of this default trait or this, you know, should be a method of a more standard trait that we can use across different items. But for now, this will do. And self, we don't need to mutate, and we don't need arguments. And we can always summarize. So what we're going to provide is... oh. There are two cases here. I feel like we need a new type to specify this, don't we? No, okay, let's change this function. It's not summarizing the inventory, it's summarizing its contents. Option, and I want a vec string. Now, to do. Okay, now here's the difference. I was thinking about having a custom type where we return one summary when it's empty and a different summary for the list of items, but I decided I'm not even going to handle this case. I'm just going to return none. Okay, so if self.storage.is empty, oopsie daisy, return none. Perfect, it type checks. Let the user deal with that. Otherwise, we're going to do this stuff. And then we're going to do, whoa. Oh, I need access to a world. Okay. And world and world. Not going to modify it though. Just need a reference to it. In self.lookInside. Perfect. Okay, now we've got the overview. None of this is different except the printing is different. So, and also you space things differently. There we go. Oh, this needs to be capitalized. There we go. We need the vec. We're going to do right here. Result equal vec new. Result.push. Yeah, we're just going to do the whole summary ourselves. And we're going to replace print line with format. So far, so good. Right, it needs to be mutable, doesn't it? Simple enough. Now then, sum result. And let's rename this variable to make more sense. Contents. There we go. I can even say contents description. Oh, you know, I could say content summary. And we're literally naming the method again. Like the method summarizes the contents. Here's our content summary. Right? But I kind of derived this from a different means. Like, this is something about contents, right? The contents of the, something about the contents of the inventory. And what are we doing with what are we doing with each piece of content? What are we doing with each element of the contents? Well, we're grabbing a summary from. So it's a summary of the contents. So that reinforces the idea that my name is decent. At least in my view. I know there are different opinions about naming stuff, and no one I know names things the same way I do, which probably is a sign that we're all very wrong. But that's life. Right, oh, right. I need to go back where I was to this spot and rework this to work the same way. So I kind of want to put this at the bottom just so I can compare more easily. We're going to use summarize contents. Okay, so let okay. Some contents summary equal player.inventory dot summarize contents else, let's put return here for now. Does it type check? No, why not? Takes an argument. Oh, it needs a world. You need a reference to the world? Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, great. Else, your inventory is empty. And then we return. Great. Otherwise, you are carrying for summary in contents summary, print line summary. And the problem is what? Argument must be a string literal. Oh, geez. There we go. Okay. Can't get much simpler than that. Man, just compare those two. Look at that. That's much nicer. It's still big, though. It's still complex. Okay, why are we... Wait a minute. Did I mess something up? No. Not that I can see. The problem is probably a mutable reference. Yep. Cannot borrow is mutable. Ha ha ha. Well, it was working before the way I was using it. Obviously, I can't borrow it as mutable. So why was it working before and it's not now? Let's look at what we had before world. We're just using it directly, right? It's a mutable reference here. And we can just use it. See, this is weird to me. I think this might be a case of Rust rules being a little bit too sensitive, like their borrow checker being a little bit too aggressive here. Because to my mind, we have a mutable reference to world at this point in the code. So we have full authority at this point to mutate it. And what are we trying to do? Well, we're trying to temporarily pass that reference immutably to another function and then wait for it to give us a value. And then when we're done, we can continue mutating it. I don't see what the problem is there. Like, logically, this makes sense. This should be fine. Do I need to clone it? Let me just clone the world and pass it indestructibly, right? I mean, cloning the world cannot borrow world as immutable because it is also borrowed as mutable. Yeah, none of this makes sense to me. Why can't I take a mutable reference and then clone it? There's something about the borrow checking error I'm missing understanding. There's something I'm misunderstanding here. Okay, let's take a look at this error. Okay, we got the private field stuff. Cannot borrow world as immutable because it's also borrowed as mutable. Well, let's get back to the original thing we wanted. Let's not do this hacked up version if it doesn't work anyway. So, okay, let's get past those. Okay, whoa. Too far, great. Okay, starting with this error. Line 48. Okay, we have an immutable borrow. Here. Oh, all of these are invalid. But here we have a mutable borrow. Now, okay, so I'm starting to understand what's going on here. The problem is we're using this reference to the player at the same time. Yeah, we're using the reference to the player and the reference to the world at the same time. That's making some amount of sense. So basically, there's no way for the inventory there's no way for an inventory to reference a world because every inventory is part of the world. Okay. So if I want to have a method like this, it needs to exist on the world itself. Which is a bit on the frustrating side, I'm going to be honest. Another option would be to clone the list of items and pass that in. Because we can't do an immutable reference to it. There's something I'm missing here. I know there's going to be another way to solve this that I'm missing. But for now, just to move forward, we're going to go ahead and do it that way. Let's go to world. Here we go. We'll implement it here just to get it done because this is going to make things nicer. Summarize inventory contents. Can we rename this self to inv? Good. Good. And self, and this is not a self, it's an inventory. We don't need the world. Great. Now then, go ahead and do that, and then boom. Something like that? Okay. Okay, now let's rename this to inventory. Now I notice here that we're not able to call this because it's, yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, apparently we are able to call it. It's private, but it's in the same file, so we're able to cheat. I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna, whatever. Okay. So let's change this. Oops, daisy. World.summarize inventory contents. Oops, hello. Player inventory. The problem here is mismatch types. Fine. Maybe the player should be a ref. Maybe that's the whole issue. Oh. Right. Okay. Interesting. It's a bit weird to me. But we've got a player here. This is a mutable reference. Okay. And this is immutable. Now, I really expected this to work. I have my clever rule, which is that nothing that fits inside of a world can receive a world as an argument. It's a really clever rule. It doesn't work. It's not true. Okay. Well, I mean, what if I borrow it mutably? It's not required to be mutable. What if I do? Can I borrow as mutable more than once at a time? I think this error is a lot easier to understand, quite frankly. So this is making some amount of progress. Okay, we have lots of issues here. Oh my goodness, wow. Think about it. We went from referencing a private... Look what we've done in this change. We've gone from referencing a private field, right, in a lot of places, to now we're borrowing world as immutable and getting lots of errors for that. This is an interesting evolution. It's worth noting, although I don't know what it means yet. Okay, we have the player. See, okay. So here, this makes sense to me. We have a mutable reference here, right? We just called it mutable for the sake of argument. And then here, we're borrowing as mutable. But actually, we're borrowing here as immutable, right? We don't need to mutate anything here. We're just summarizing contents. For sake of argument, we could do this. Immute. Maybe we should rename this one player mute. I don't know. Yeah, let's do that actually. Call this one player. Okay, cannot borrow world.players as mutable more than once at a time. We're going to ignore the error for now. Well, this works fine. Let's do it that way. Yeah, I don't know really why that makes such a big difference. Okay. Now we're not messing with all that stuff. What I want to do is come here, and it seems like we're still having the same issue. Alright, well we need to handle lifetimes throughout, and it's clear that there's more about this to understand than what we do. Cannot assign to player.location, which is behind an immutable reference. Player is an immutable reference, the data cannot be written to. Okay, that's simple enough. Cannot borrow is immutable. Cannot borrow is mutable. Okay. Maybe the immutable borrow needs to happen here. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do, actually. Okay, so I'm kind of getting it. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to call this M and we're going to call this P. Well, what's this? Interesting that we're getting the same error when we're not trying to borrow mutably here, but whatever. Okay, this is P. Oh man, loc is... Loc has to go... Huh. Alright, here's what we're going to do. This is M. This is P. Alright. Now here we have M. Oh, okay. Mute. There we go. Everywhere we're using player, we need to worry about this. Okay, here we need M. We need to be mutable. Do we need loc in this case? I don't think we do. Yes, we do. Okay, where are we accessing the player again? Right here. We need mute again. Okay. Here we just need loc. So I'm going to do P. Honestly, I don't think I need to clone it even, but we'll get back to that, I think. Yeah. Here we just need loc. And here, right, here we just need immutable. Alright, we don't care about location at this point. Okay, now what's the problem here? Can't borrow immutable, but that's a really simple problem to fix here. I thought. Cannot borrow world because this borrowed is immutable. Now that's interesting. Where is it borrowed as mutable? Here, I guess. I'm going to mark this out for now because I don't want to get these errors conflicting. I think there's the only two errors that aren't related to what I'm trying to solve at the moment. So, okay. So we compile it. Cannot borrow... Okay, let's look at line 52. There's a take command. Okay. Near the top. Cannot borrow is immutable because it's also borrowed as mutable. Okay, here's immutable borrow. The mutable borrow occurs here. On which line? On line 48. The mutable borrow is used later here on line 57. So 48 and 57. Okay. So what I'm gathering is, let's see, where's the item ID come from? Whoa. Oh, item label. So this is something I could do right away, actually. And get that out of the way. Oh, hello. Now we have other issues. Get item template, what does that do? It returns a reference to an item ID. Let's just do .clone. Okay. And also I want the type to be item ID. What? Oh, no, okay. Okay. Use copied? Hang on, let's get rid of clone. Use option copied to copy the value inside the option. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but let's do it. That worked. Okay, that got rid of all our issues there. Great. We just need a copy of the ID instead of a reference to it. Right, and of course here we just need to make a reference to our copy. Great. So that one was simple enough. This is going to have the same issue, isn't it? Now something else I want to know. Room. We need loc for that. Okay. So we move this first. Couldn't we just copy this code directly? I think we could. And then, perfect. Okay, so we're at least this is in the realm of solvable. And then we have this one. The last remaining one, I think it'll fit on one page. Isn't that wonderful? On line 102, we have a mutable borrow. On line 104, we have an immutable borrow. And then on the same line, we're using the mutable borrow. Now, this one is going to be tricky. However, I could use a clone here of this. I don't need the mutable borrow. I don't think I can clone it in place here. Wait, why is this mutable? Why is this considered mutable, a mutable reference? Oops daisy. Problem? Because it's just automatic, it inherits mutability. Okay. It just inherits it. I don't want it to be mutable. What if I do this? Oh, whoa. What if I do that? That works. Oh, if I don't make it a ref, it's better? No, I don't think that changes anything, unfortunately. Yep. Using the word ref makes me feel better, so that's what we're going to do. Although this is an error, and this isn't. Oh, now it's... Okay, well, we have to get the player in order to use it. we could just clone the player's inventory. Let env equal player.inventory.clone. You could do that. Okay. That solves it. I don't like all the cloning. This means I'm doing something fundamentally wrong with the borrow checker, but I'm making a deal with the devil, I guess. I'm doing something fundamentally wrong here if I have to do all this copying just to print out the contents of the inventory. Maybe the problem is the type of summarize. Oh, it could be this. It could be we're not properly cloning things. You know what? I bet that's it. Do I need to clone here and here? We are cloning here. I don't know. Well, we're not fixing it. Okay, we're going to enjoy the fact that we have no more errors. We only have warnings at this point. Okay, I don't think that makes any sense anymore. We still have a to-do here. Okay, we're going to leave that alone. That's not what we're trying to fix today. Now, where's our room inventory problem? Not in that function, I bet. Or that one? Print room. This is where we have our other issue. Okay. Now, what do we want from this? Whew, this is getting highly technical, this episode. Unfortunately, there's no way around it. We just have to slog through this and get through it. And it'll be much better out the other end, but yeah, it's not a simple one, really. Okay. Problem here we can't refer to storage at all, but we don't really need to. Let's start from here and say this is the room. Summarize. There we go. And this is going to be the player mark. You know, let's split this actually. Okay. Here we go. Now. Okay, we have a reference to the world that's not mutable, so that's great. Okay. So. Let sum contents summary equal world dot summarize inventory. Oh, we need the room first. Where do we get the room? Well, we got it, so here it is. Room dot inventory. And then we'll keep this. Wait, what do we do if the room's empty? If it's not empty. Okay, we're not messing with that, to be honest. We don't need to deal with exits at all. Okay. So, in other words, if it's empty, we want to do nothing. So let's do if let. I figured this would have an issue. Borrow, yep. Okay. We don't need to do any of that. We're going to do print Oh, wait, we need the for each loop. Right, well, I can just do this. Boom. And then items. Boom. Perfect. Man, there's so much here that had to be fixed. This is looking good. Unused label. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we should be showing the label, to be honest. Whatevs? We have to show the label in some fashion, so well, I don't know. The user needs to know what the label is, because that's what they need to use to refer to it, but I don't know that we necessarily need to print it. It might be obvious. Like, if you say that in the room there's an ordinary stapler, the label is probably stapler. You know, take stapler, drop stapler, makes sense. Okay. If this builds, we're going to ship it. Oh, wow. So, looks like we have lots of new warnings that we didn't have before, and I'm confused as to why. Line 84, I better know what that is. 84G. Oh. I thought it was because I didn't comment that out. Unused result that must be used. Why am I getting these errors now when I didn't get them before? So let's look at this line in particular. 84. Oh, hello. 84. There. Let's look here and see what happens when we stash our changes. Well, that went away. Interact. Trigger. Here it is. Now, why does this work? Line 138 this time. Yeah, what's different about this? Oh, the difference is that trigger doesn't have a... Oh, everywhere we're triggering. Okay, we changed the types. We did a lot of changes in this one commit, and we probably should have done the piecemeal, but we didn't. And at this point, we're not going to. I don't want to have to go back and do everything multiple times right now. So... Okay. Where are these warnings? Well, let's start with this one. Let's just start at the bottom. Does that work? Why not? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, we're in this function called apply command, but it doesn't return a result. That's kind of suspicious. Let's take our lead from what we have here in interaction. Let's use this type of result. It's weird that a function with this intention could avoid having a result. I guess instead of, oh, you know what? No. It's because we mix printing in with everything else. So what we really need to do is just print the error. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know quite how to do this. If this result fails, print the error. Let's just see what AI does. Keep. Yeah, that's fine. Got one done. And I see there aren't that many. Okay. And this is a new method we weren't using before, so that explains that. What we really should be doing here is returning the error and then printing it in the main function. I feel like that's the best way to do it. Okay. I do feel like that's something AI could help us with, though. So we're not going to do that yet. Just start from 58. Print the error. There we go. Did I miss one? I think I did. I didn't. Great. It builds, and that's a success. Can I do as much as I could before? Oh, hello. Ah, spam caller. Nice. Can I do as much as I could before? Oh gosh. Failed to parse world. Failed to parse world JSON. It's weird that we'd have this kind of change. I think, okay, obviously we have a mistake in the parser. And we made changes there. Source parser. Uh-huh. There aren't that many changes here, though. Is this what's failing? But why wouldn't that be a type error if that's going to fail? Also, this is probably the JSON inventory, not the... But let's just see. Let's take a look at line 150-ish. Oh, I see. This is what we got rid of. Yeah, okay, we're calling new now. So this should be fine. Let's see if the backtrace is even slightly useful. Rust backtrace equals 1. Personally, if I'm doing cargo run, I feel like backtrace should be turned on by default. But... okay. Stack backtrace. What's this? Come on. What's this other thing up here? Failed to parse world, caused by invalid type integer 0. Expected a tuple of size 2 at line 20, column 21. I think I probably messed something up. Line 20, column 21. Well, let's try this. Line 20. Item 0. Oh! The way it serializes is different now. Is this... huh? Okay, let's look again at our changes that we made. New tab here. We have this running from a long time ago. I don't think we need it running, but I'm going to leave it up for now. DW source parser. This is the problem right here. We changed this without changing how we parse. Okay. That's it. I could just change this to 0, 1. Okay. Let's change the parser. I want to take everything I've done so far and add it to the index so I can clearly delineate the AI changes. New. I just want to look at just parser. In parser, change it so it will change the inventory parsing so that it can parse either tuple of item ID count, or just a lone item ID, an integer. In which case the count is defaulted to 1. Let's see what it does. How will it break it? Okay, I can't even see this, so we're just going to look here. Okay, we'll rechange. Oh, JSON inventory item, integer or tuple. Oh, okay. We're changing this type. That's clever. That's clever enough. And we're basically not resolving this here, is that what I'm seeing. We're collecting, and right here is where we set it to 1. I'd prefer to do it while parsing, but I'm not opposed to this method. Probably makes sense to separate it if I'm being honest. Great. Yeah, that was totally valid, because now the meaning of what an inventory item is changes. And, you know, it's a big change. It affects a lot of stuff. Okay. Change the type. Change the format of... You know what? Because of how big this change is, I feel like it's one of those things where it's like the more the merrier. It's already such a big change. We either need to break it apart or do the whole thing together. So where's inventory? It's down here. We want to change max capacity as well. RGS, tag I, max, dot question mark, capacity. No, we're not making that change right now. I changed my mind. Yeah. Let's run it again and make sure it works, actually. Panicked again? Uh-oh. Let's rename it in place, because sometimes, yeah. Sometimes Visual Studio's undo stuff is not reliable. The undo history isn't always reliable. Okay. Let's look for slots, actually. Oh. Build's fine. It fails again. Wait, did we... Oh no, I know what happened. When we hit undo, it undid all of the AI changes, didn't it? Reapply these changes. I really hate the undo history in VS Code. Like, it's really buggy, at least when you have Vim mode enabled. I don't know if it is because of Vim mode or if it's just always buggy. Okay, well... Okay. Okay, never mind. I guess I must have added it to the index without noticing. Okay. Well... There's a new error then. I guess we'll just keep fixing the errors. There's no point in waiting, I guess. Back... Oh, hello. That's old. Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. This is what I meant to close. We got too many terminal tabs open. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I think our assertion is just wrong. Yeah, that's just backwards, dude. What are you thinking? Great, it works now. Okay, we can run it. Now then, what if we take the stapler it works. Like, we take the stapler, now the room doesn't have a stapler. Now let's look at our inventory. You're carrying an ordinary stapler. Okay, now then. I use tab now instead, which makes a big difference here. Go south. Okay. An ordinary and incandescent light bulb. An ordinary, a light switch on the east wall. Yeah, we need some work here. Okay. Still didn't fix the interaction issues, but yeah. This was in types, right? Get DCW source types. What in the world is going on there with the assert? Is that just brand new code? Whoa, that code's just been wrong forever. What? I mean, that assert is just wrong. I'm not. Okay. I probably should do that in a separate commit, but I'm not going to. We're just going to tie it together. Okay, so change inventory storage from, change inventory storage API. Honestly, changing the type of that variable should not have mattered if our API were already in place to do everything for us. Now that it is, it shouldn't be as hard next time. We can just leave the API in place and change the type. So, yeah. Yeah. Count. This is used a lot. Here we go. You know, this might be easier, actually. Oh. Git doesn't exist here? Oh, I'm not even in the right place. That's interesting. ECW, let's look for type count. There we go. It's going to be easy to read with DC. Not word diff. Type count? Yeah, this is easier. Okay. Add API for inventory storage. Yeah. Hide inventory storage behind an API. Rework the storage type from Vec, oh, here we go, item ID to hash map item ID count. Here we go. Add impl inventory and useful methods. Here we go. I'm not going to talk any at all about this stuff. Now, we did make changes to the commented out stuff, but that doesn't matter. Those were never canon, so we're not going to mention that. Those aren't the only changes we made, but they seem to be at the bottom. Okay. This was mainly about, I mean, we didn't change the behavior here, right? All we really did was we wrapped it in result. That's important to know. Modify interaction trigger to add failure result, to handle failure. Handle failure of item creator. Because before item creator, why is it it can fail now? Before we were passing in the room like this. Okay, this seems to have been an unrelated change that we just decided to add in. Maybe it was necessary, I don't know. I don't know why we added that one in, but it's you know, we added that one for free, I guess. That was one of the last changes I made before I quit the stream last time. Maybe I was just not thinking things through. Maybe I just wasn't thinking clearly at that point. Okay, so here, this is an important change. Apply command. Rework usage of world mutably and immutably. World to satisfy borrow checker. We need to borrow this as both mutable and immutable in different code paths. And the order of operations does matter. So man, this is just a high-level thing. I need more details, I think. Okay. We need to borrow world. Doesn't matter. So we need to borrow it within each match branch, rather than once and for all at the top. We need to borrow it differently, let's say. Let's explain our changes for apply command. Yeah, why not? We'll just give it a title like that. Move world player local references into each match branch. There we go. We list all the changes, and then we describe why. Since there's only one, we're not going to give a list. Great. Okay, that's the last one. Now we're going to explain the next one. Interaction trigger. Handle failures with result type. This rework seems unnecessary at this time. I just decided to just say was unnecessary. I decided to add that simply because I needed to rework the method body anyway. However, this turned out to be a bad plan because it necessitated I definitely got that wrong. Necessitated more changes in main than needed for the main goal of this commit. So I should have done that as a separate commit immediately afterward. And it would have been a small update at that point. But I decided, since I'm rewriting it, I'll do it right. Since I'm rewriting it anyway, let's do it right. Yeah, that was a bad plan. Okay, make a better plan next time. Okay, so for the, let's just call this summary. Details, and this doesn't need to be one of those, it needs to be that. And then down here we have that. Oh, no, not helpful. Insert, boom. Okay. And before that we have inventory. Inventory trait. Implicit trait. I don't know what you call it. There's no reason to have... Wait, let's describe what we're doing first. Hide storage. Make storage private. Add an ample inventory to allow access to the storage. There's no reason to let client code trample all over our storage field. Also, any changes to the storage field necessitated, like this commit, necessitated changing all the client code, updating. This was a correct oversight of an MVP shortcoming. Appropriate. One of the most important things about making commit, I find, is to get my thoughts straight. Because even if I don't, like, this seems like a lot of work that I'm doing, but the reality is I would need to do this work anyway to describe what I'm doing to someone else. Whether that's in a Scrum meeting of some kind, like, or if it's, you know, if it's in a stand-up meeting or some sort of meeting to say, hey, why are we doing this change, or what does this change entail, like, or if someone's going to review my PR and I need to explain to them what the heck I did. And just doing all this work up front as part of our commit helps me understand what I did and be able to explain it to someone else. And I think that's usually good. That's usually not wasted work. And honestly, sometimes I'll be in the middle of writing this and think to myself, wait a minute, the code I wrote is wrong. The thing I'm describing is not what should exist. And so I'll write down a description of what actually should exist and then go change the code to match and then redo my commit. So this ends up helping me find bugs in my code sometimes. So this, this might seem like it's redundant because we've already gone through the whole process of doing this stuff, and maybe it's fresh in our minds, but this actually ends up being very useful to me. And I think, I think it really it's really helped me a lot. I recommend it to any developer. So just take time with your commit messages, make them as understandable and digestible as you can manage. And that, maybe it won't be as impressive as mine. Maybe it'll be more amazing than mine. That's fine. But either way, like, do your best, and you'll get better over time. But This is a really important part of communicating with yourself and with others. So that's why I'm taking this kind of time for it. We made the storage field private. There's no reason. Okay, yes. This was an appropriate shortcoming of an MVTP, but there's no reason to keep that limitation now that we're changing the storage type anyway. Right. At the first time we have to refactor everything, we may as well do it the right way. As long as we're refactoring, let's add an interface. I think this is a correct mentality. Wrong. I think this was bad, or maybe it should have been done in advance, like as a separate commit. Like if I really needed this to happen, like if this was really a dependency of the change I wanted to make, I should have done it first in a separate commit. Yeah. Instead, this change should have been done before or after. After the rest. There we go. So, but to save time, and honestly because I wasn't really super motivated when I started this work in the last episode, so that's why I allowed myself to do something like that. Rework the storage type from Vec to hash map. Rework storage type. You know, let's copy the whole thing. Yeah. We need a hash map. The algorithms over Vec are both clunky and both clunky are awkward. Well, clunky means awkward. Clunky and inefficient. Yeah. Efficiency really isn't the main driver here, but efficiency is not the main driver because it's an MVP. But if it's clunky and a more efficient version happens to be less clunky, then go with that, you know? We end up doing complicated. In the previous code, we do a lot of complex iterating over the Vec. Why not just use a hash map? One big consequence of this hide storage API, Baton API, and change it. One big consequence of this is we changed the meaning of the inventory. Modifies inventory here. In-game inventory semantics. We change the in-game meaning of the inventory. Instead of allowing 10 items of any 10 items tops, we're instead allowing of the inventory's max capacity. instead of allowing, say, 10 items tops, we're instead allowing 10 different kinds of items. Of each kind of item, we're allowing 2 to the 32 or 4 billion. Approximately 4 billion instances? Yeah. This is not a big deal. It's an MVP. We haven't really defined the product yet. Most likely, we'll have some soft inventory constraints like maximum weight or maximum bulk. E.g, you can carry 100 kg tops, or you can carry no more than 3 of these bulky items. Yep. It's not a big deal. It's an MVP. Yeah. Max capacity was just thrown in there as the thing that we could have. Honestly, it probably was added too soon. This probably means that max capacity was added too soon. I don't even care about it right now. I didn't care about losing its previous meaning, and I'm not satisfied with its current meaning. Yeah. Yeah, that's the sign I added that too early. Okay. That's all I need to say about this right now. There's probably a lot more I could say, but that's enough. Did we get all the warnings? We did. What about cargo check? Is that a thing? Oh, it is. Great. I love how cargo check, this is completely separate from the build. Interesting. Okay. We're in a pretty good spot. And honestly, as long as that took, I probably should quit my stream there. But let's take a look at the adventure game now. Let's see. Let's pull this out where we can take a look. Types. I think I replaced all the Vecs that I could replace. Let's take a look. Well, we have Vecs in the parser. I'm not replacing those. We have this, which is, I remember where that's from. Wow, okay. After 5 and before 5. Okay. Our validation test, I don't care. Our types, we have content summary, I don't care. And the other one, I think, was just the parser, right? Yeah, the parser. Yeah, Vec is gone now. Shoo, gone. So we accomplished that goal. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Replace Vec with hashmac everywhere. Hashmac. Everywhere I can. Store state effect inside of locality. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a change I need to make, but I'm not looking forward to it at the moment. Rename it to item slots. Okay. Change storage type from Vec item ID. You know, while I'm doing the rest of this, I'm going to change this. Rename max capacity to item slots and update the parser and the 3 room circus story file to match. Okay, I'll let it do that in the background while I'm looking at this. Okay, so let's take a look. We're going to assume that's done. change storage type from Vec item ID to count. Okay, perfect, done. Allow infinite copies of each item ID? Sure, it's an MVP. Well, yeah, that's done too. Basically infinite. Let's just say approximately infinite, so that later if I read it, I'll understand what I meant. Although I can't see that anymore. Okay, there's my to-dos. Okay, AI parsing is a thing. We have our dead simple MVP. We do want to make this more cohesive. Labels. Oh, no. We don't have our MVP until we get this working. Yeah. Okay. And we're kind of straying beyond MVP in our intention here, because I want to make the parser work. I guess now that I caught myself making the error, I want to see myself. I want to see my, like, but manually I caught myself making an error. I want the code to catch me next time. That's my instinct, but it's not really it's not in the spirit of an MVP, I guess. Max capacity, item slots, item slots, item slots. Well, the true test is whether it runs and works properly. Okay, let's do inventory. Player inventory, fine. And the inventory for the room is working. Take stapler. Works fine. Drop stapler. Works fine. Exit. Or quit. Okay. Rename max capacity to item slots. This makes it much clearer what the intent of this field is. As stated in the previous commit, this field no longer means maximum count of items, maximum total count in the inventory. Rather, it means total unique kinds of items in the inventory. Where the inventory may have around 4 billion instances of each item type. Let's use the word type here. All right. Boom. Done. Okay. I don't want to deal with this today. I'm done with that. I'm just done. That's something important, but I'm not ready to think about it. My brain is fried. I don't remember what our plan was here. But I do want this to work. Get the test to pass for basic validation. The unit test. Verify the 3-room circus fails the test. Description should be replaced with summary. Right. Okay, let's fix that first. And I'm going to have AI do it. Close this. In our parser and room circus story file, we've confused description with label for interactions. Rather, that description field should be renamed as summary and go into the summary field of the interaction type. Yeah. I say we, I'll take credit for it even though it was AI that did it. And, well, actually it was me and AI together, so that's even accurate. Okay. Not just being polite to the AI, just because. Right, so I feel pretty confident it can handle that change on its own. Oh, good, good, good. And see, this needs a label field, but we're not, I'm glad it's not making that change. Because, yeah, I don't want it to. Okay, cargo build. And we do need to run it. So I found out recently, like, it could have issues with... it could cause issues. So let's go south. Ah, look, this stuff works now. Because the label is not broken. Right? We actually have a custom description. Okay. Great. Quit. I love how I say there's a light bulb, the filament looks undamaged. I should probably just say an incandescent light bulb. Because you can't see the a regular light bulb, you can't, a regular small normal sized incandescent light bulb, even if they're clear, you can't see the filament unless you get really close to it. If you can see the filament, and like if you can walk into a room, see a light somewhere in the center of the room, and you can inspect the filament from the doorway, that is a big light bulb. that would be like that, what was it, 24,000 watt light bulb that StyroPyro looked at in one of his videos. So, yeah. I'm fine with that, and that, and that, and that. And let's look at this a little closely. Okay, we have our interaction label, which is a description, but it's not. It's a summary instead. Label is... we're just making one up. We have to have a label, so... label is... wait a minute. We're creating this label field, but are we even using it anywhere? Yes, we're using it here. Okay. Interaction label is just a lowercase of the summary. Okay, that's wrong, but we'll just fix it ourselves, instead of trying to explain that to AI. Okay, let's just use this interface to help us get there. Here we go. Whoa, so hard to read. Let's just change this to label. Okay, let's add patch. That's good now. The interaction label is lowercase, like the hash map key is lowercase. I think I want to change... I think I understand what it meant. Validate that hash map keys are always lowercase in the parse result. Right. Okay. Okay. And then this looks good. This all looks good to me. Great, that's the only change. Let's run it, see if it still works. What did we just affect? I have a short memory here. Description of interactions. Didn't we already run this change? Go south. Okay. I don't actually know what the label is in this case. I don't really care. Since I don't care, I think what I'm going to do is take this, and instead of doing this nonsense, split on white space, take the first three, and then join on space? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. To do. The label is always going to be to do. Dot to string. There we go. That makes the most sense to me. Okay. Bug. Rename description to summary. And don't use as the label. Now that's important. Now let's work on parsing stuff. Where was our to-do? Cohesive use of summarize and label. I don't think that's that. Right, well, I think the next thing to do here is the validation. Cargo test. Let's do a little more fun here. Wait. Oh, we broke our tests with storage. Okay, I'm not fixing this by hand. I'm going to have AI fix it. Golly. Oh my goodness. That's the... Okay. I should have tried testing it before doing anything else. Close all. Test. Fix the tests to... Yeah. Use the storage inventory impl instead of using the storage field directly. Okay. Why is it reading every dang file here? Whatever. It does seem that validation test is useful and parser is useful. Types makes sense to read that. Okay, so I'm not opposed to that. I did say review the test file, but I didn't say which one. Kind of assumed it would have this one. But okay, yeah, that's close enough to what I meant. Okay, now what kind of changes is it making? It's honestly much easier to see it here. And this. Let's use that, in fact. Okay, so we're just using look inside to grab it. But why do I have to map it? Can't I just collect? You know what? It's test code. Don't think about it. Oh, wow. Cargo build. Is it done yet? Cargo test. Okay. Interactions. Oh, this is a... Oh, interesting. This test failed, but for a different reason. So I want to commit that separately, I think, but probably first. Hang on, let's test again. Let's go to line 17 of the validations test. Hash map new. There we go. What's the difference between hash map new and hash map default, actually? I don't even know. Let's just say default. Okay, the test run. That is the scenario we wanted. One test failed. So let's start from where we are and start committing things. Validation test, we want that one. Now, when did we make that change to the type of interactions in the room? RGS, no. Get blame, let's go to source. Get blame types. And we want to grep for interactions. Oopsie daisy. Room. And then after 3, let's do struct room, and we want to pull 5 after that. Let's do 10. Hash map from this to this. Okay, this is the commit that I'm fixing up. Refactor room interactions vec into a hash map. This is the one that should have contained this change. Okay. Fix up. Great. Now then. Yes, yes, yes. I know which one we're fixing here, but I don't see it. Oh, here it is. I listed that as DX, but it's not really. Yeah, okay. I should squash it. Git CI tac m, squash into this commit. Okay. Now this test still fails, which makes me sad. 41, 5. Left equals right failed. 1 versus 2. Interesting. 41, 5. Well, okay, great. Room interactions.length should be 2, but it's not. Well, huh. Okay, let's go back to plan mode or chat mode. When I run test part, there we go. The assert on line 41 fails with 1 not equal 2. Why is that happening? Just let it figure out an answer. Meanwhile, I'll try to. The most obvious reason would be story 3. Maybe there are fewer interactions now than there were before. Get rid of room 1. We have interactions. We have 2 of them. All interactions are assigned the label to do, so they collide in the hash map and only 1 remains. Oh! Okay, well that's a problem. Okay, we need to run tests before we commit, I guess. Okay. Well, let's do that. Vi.get hooks pre-commit. Oh, interesting. CD hooks. Okay, so they don't give all the samples they used to. Interesting. Pre-commit bin sh is fine. Oh, you know what? We need a little bit of magic here. Okay. Nix shell run cargo test. That should work. My only concern is the folder might not be right. So, git CI, allow empty. Now that should run the tests. It did not seem to run the tests. Ignored because it's not executable. Okay. chmod plus x dot git hooks pre-commit. Good. And something else went wrong. I don't know what went wrong. What went wrong? It clearly didn't run cargo test, did it? Okay. Let's ask AI for help. What's a git command to print the work tree? To print the root of the current work tree. Git rev parse show top level. Let's try running it. Now you can see right here we're in, try it right here. Right here we're in the source folder, right? If we run this command, it shows the top level. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Inside of a subshell, wait, subshell might, yeah. Let's run this command by hand. Cat. Okay, so in a subshell, cd, the quotes here, boom. We don't need that. And Nix shell run cargo test. Okay. How long? What just happened? Nix shell run cargo test. Let's try just that. Okay, let's try this. Well, let's first of all go up one level and see if it works here. It doesn't. Why does run not work? Okay. Man Nix shell. Run. Use run to use a non-interactive shell instead. However, a call to exit is implicitly added to the command, so the shell will exit after running the command. To prevent this, add return at the end. Oh, command. Okay, well, I don't care about that. Run, like command, but executes in a non-interactive shell. It means, among other things, that if you hit Control-C while the command is running, the shell will exit. Okay. I don't get why run is not working. Chain script interpreter to be invoked by Nix shell. I mean, I've done this before, right? Nix shell tac p cargo, or let's just say rust up, run echo high. What's something I could test with? Well, let's just open a new terminal for this. Okay, let's try this again. Nix shell tac p rust up, run echo high. Now, if I exit at this point, it should exit everything. It does. I don't want to do that here. But why won't it run cargo build? Cargo build. Okay, that worked. What about cargo test? Well, that also works. But I leave off the P and it doesn't work? Okay, let's go up here. Let's do this again. This works. Okay. But if I take this off, it doesn't work. Is there something wrong with my shell.nix? Not that I can see. Well, let's see what tac-p does. Nix shell. Packages. Set up an environment in which the specified packages are present. The command line arguments are interpreted as attribute names. So this is just extra behavior of the p command. it's not really described anywhere here in the documentation that I can see. Yeah, I don't see anything in either of these two. I don't see any information here that describes what I'm seeing here. It might be just a bug. Now here's what I wonder. If you use P, does it ignore the shell.nix or not? So I want to set up a new test for this. It's going to take a little bit of work. Let's go to cd temp, make dir shell test by shell.nix. Give me a sample shell.nix, hopefully a short one. Don't bother explaining all of it. Wow, that's way too long. Okay. Packages or import. Yes, well, these are the kind of, this is the kind of, what do you call it? This is truly the kind of detours and rabbit trails I was longing for. Okay, make shell, build inputs equals this stuff. We don't need a shell hook. We could use git. Let's use a different command, though. There we go. I think there was a worm game at some point. I mean, there's also clearly a worm virus as well. Guide a worm around the maze. Now let's first, yeah, gnome nibbles. And it provides the gnome nibbles game. Why is there some Z fighting there? Okay. So that should work fine. So Nix shell, let's just run it normally. Oh, okay. Well, we at least know it's trying to parse it. Oops, that's not what I wanted from life. Okay. So this clearly works. Let's play. Here's what I want to know. If I do Nix shell, run, gnome nibbles, what happens? Now see, this works. This is kind of creeping me out, because this works fine. Huh. My plan test, what I was going to do is run something like this, p get, for example, and then check whether gnome nibbles actually worked. Oh, fascinating. Wow, okay, so that breaks it. But in this case, it works. More Z fighting to look forward to, yay. In this case, it works fine. But it doesn't work in the way I want to use it why doesn't it work here? Also, why on earth are we getting all this Z fighting going on? Okay. I don't understand this. Is it something to do with the FSH environment? Maybe we need to copy that over when we're testing it. Okay, I don't think I need that anymore. Temp shell test. There we go. CP proj pricey apps games pricey Zork pricey pursuit shell.nix to example shell.nix. Okay. Vitac p star. Of course, example comes first. Let's just add the one we want here. I don't think we need this anymore, but we're going to comment it out maybe. Yeah, that's what we want. Now, what was it we were doing? Okay, well, we're not finding it here. Okay. Well, that's exciting. Oh. Simple enough. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Fascinating. Okay, at least now I know where the source of my trouble is. Let's take a look here. We build an FSH environment, and then here it is. Do I need to do it this way? I mean, let's try this. Well, first of all, that should be like that. Shell equal boom. Packages.make shell. I can see how that kind of thing happens. Shouldn't it have a semicolon there? I think so. In build inputs is going to be fhs.env. Okay. How does that work? A little bit different. Interesting. See, now that's fascinating. chroot env attributes are intended for interactive Nix shell sessions, not for building. Okay. Now this is a really interesting error that I think I'm going to have to look up. But in the meantime, I've got an idea of how to work around it. Let's get rid of the .env part. Clearly that's the part that messed us up. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Okay, FHS environments in a builder. Uh-huh. Right. Interesting. So okay. So you write a derivation as though it had FHS, and then pass it to this function to make it so. Oh, this thing, okay. The link is broken, I found the file here, but it's outdated. When I try to use it, I ran into issues. This is the original author, great. I just rebased it onto unstable to make sure it still works and did this. This is on May 4th of this year, I guess? 2025. Yeah, okay. 3 years later. Okay. Okay. This equals call package this file. Fascinating. This is the name of the function. Oh, so this one says build FHS environment chroot. That's the name of the thing you're supposed to. Okay. How do you call it? This is the name of the package. Huh. Okay, so let's take a look at what this actually does, because I'm not really interested in copying his code exactly. Build FHS chroot build HSS build HF build FHS. There we go. Build FHS environment chroot. Okay. Name is blah wrapper. drv.name. I'm really confused as to how to read this thing. Oh, the result of this is a function, which takes some sort of package and returns a function that takes environment args and creates a builder. Okay. I don't know why we need the chroot part. I'm going to omit that for now. I think I'm going to copy this. So, run in FHS env. We have, by the way, right here we have a failing test case, so this is good. Run in FHS env is a function equals drv. Okay, well, we need lib. Hopefully lib's available. Actually, we're not going to mess with any of that. drv env args. Let FHS wrapper equal build FHS env. I'm going to go ahead and do it exactly how they do it, because I don't want to test too many things at one time right now. So, why is there a double slash there? Is that not a comment? Okay. This would be easy to read like that, yeah. drv.name FHS wrapper. Sure. My font's different here. Run script equals, I don't even know what that variable means. Maybe that has something to do with the shell.nix stuff. And then here we put //env args. I guess, oh, I think what this does is take the env args and push them into here. I think that's what it does. No code highlighting for that in Vim though. In, push this a little further. Override derivation. I have a feeling we're going to have to do some changes. No semicolon at the end. Yeah, okay, this is the result of the function. Of the run in FHS env function. Actually, you know, this shouldn't be capitalized. Should it? It is here. It should be here too. I just misspelled that. Okay. We take the old and builder equals FHS wrapper /bin /FHS wrapper .name args equals old.builder ++ old.args. Okay. Now the way we use it is in run in FHS user env, and it's going to be the FHS we have, and we don't have any extra args. We're just going to leave that blank. Let's see how this works. Okay. That is complicated. Let's do our test again. Haha! Of course it doesn't work. We need a separate place to edit things. cd shell test. Oh, really? Shell test. 22. 7. Okay, I guess this needs a semicolon at the end for it to work. What? Oh, chrun? That doesn't exist? No way! Okay, well this is me just trying to get my operating system to work. Maybe you guys don't need to be involved in this, I don't know. Okay, so I think I have a feeling at this point I'm going to run into some trouble. But I have this build FHS environment here. Maybe I don't need to use this twice. I have a feeling this was just renamed. Oh wait, packages dot, there we go. Okay. And I think I probably, instead of needing that, I should do packages dot gnome nibbles. Just, no, that's not what I wanted. Here. There, that's, I think, the right change. Override derivation. Oh. I'm just going to go through and fix this all. Undefined variable. Oh, he went and renamed it, the guy. Or, no, I renamed it. Okay. Where did override derivation come from? In here. Lib. Well, where do I get lib from? Is that inside packages? I don't expect this to work, but we'll try. Heck yeah! Making progress. Oh, this could actually work. Okay, lots of things happened. I don't think I need a chroot, though. Let's try this and see what happens. I mean, that's a lot less work to get the same failure, at least. What was the derivation called? Here it is. FHS wrapper, FHS wrapper. Okay, well, I don't really know where to go from here. Well, let's think about it. We need an FHS environment because otherwise it goes insane. We could use expect. I mean, okay, there's just no way to do this right now. With my level of understanding of Nix, I can't set up the shell hook I wanted. That's what we just learned. Okay, I need to learn more. I feel like I need to do a stream series where I just go handle that stuff and keep moving. Now, I kind of got myself stuck on this. And the reason it fails was obvious to AI to do, right? Okay, so it needs to be a unique string of some kind. Let's do this. generate a unique value here. Let's see what it does. Reject. Generate a generate a GUID to insert into this format string. Do not update the format string. Okay, no. The GUID needs to be unique each time. That's the whole point. This looks right. V4 seems right to me. Keep. Okay, this is going to fail because we don't have UUID added. I'll just have it fix it. No. That's not even helpful. The fix is not here. You have to fix it in the cargo. Please fix isn't going to work because it needs to be, okay. Cargo add UUID. This is the correct fix. Cargo build. Does it even build? Okay. Consider one of the following functions. Nil max from fields and 10 others. Well, that doesn't help. Alright, we'll just have to look at the documentation. docs.rs/UUID. V4. It literally exists right here. This is version 1.18.1. Wow. Cargo TOML. 1.18.1. It's the same version. Why doesn't this work? If you'd like to use a custom generator, don't use this method. I see no reason why this should fail. Function or associated item not found in UUID. New V4. New V4. That's literally what it's called. Oh, the V4 feature has to be enabled. Got it. Well, that is probably something I want. Add features V4. It's behind a flag. Great! Let's run the tests again. It should pass. It panicked. Well, that's exciting. I think... Okay, so we got this to pass, and these to fail. Now, these failing is good, I think. Interaction validation requires label. Man, this is a slog now. Validation test. Interaction validation requires label. Assert that we have an error because there's no label. Okay, this failure should be happening, but I don't think it should be panicking. However, I'm going to just move forward from here. Everything in this file, yes, yes. This one. Bug. Use a unique label for each interaction. We want a to-do label for now because we don't have a real one, but we want... You know what? No. Yes? This is barking up the wrong tree. We don't want to fudge up the test. Okay, I just realized something. It took me this long to realize we don't want this to succeed right now in this scenario. It's good that it fails, because the parser is not written correctly. Like, that's the job of the test. We don't need to change the... We need to fix things, but we don't need to just fudge them. Okay, I knew I was doing something. I knew something was off. Let's get rid of this. This over here for now. Whatever. Okay, validation test. I want this to fail as well, though. I'm concerned that it's not failing. Well, this is just checking whether or not it has a label, not whether it matches. Right? Okay. Okay. The label is empty, basically. You know, there's some things we can't actually validate at this point. I want to validate that all the labels are unique in the file, but we can't validate it at this point because by this time, any non-unique labels have been discarded. It's an interesting place where we probably should be testing these temporary values instead of validating the result. We need to also validate this temporary stuff. So that's interesting. Okay, well, I don't think anything's wrong here per se, because our label isn't empty, right? Okay, but let's update our basic validation here. Man, I took such a circuitous path to understand what the heck's going on. Okay. Room, interaction. I mean, what can I say here? Label isn't to do? That's not a very good test, but we already have a test failure for the to-do thing, right? Right, the number of interactions is wrong. So we already are testing for uniqueness, right? That's what we're testing for at this point. So that's good. And it's not really a unit test, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there's not really anything here we need to test. We can't test whether the label exists or not, because we can we can validate the label is of a given... Okay. Let label equal interaction dot overview dot label. label.clone, I'm sure. Okay. No refs, let's just clone here. If label dot equals if label if label dot is empty, or label equals to do, all right, return error format yeah, we're going to change these to box stras. So let's do that first, I guess. Change find R to box stra. Do it all the time, everywhere in here. Now then, do the test still run? This will test the build and the test. Okay, everything looks good to me. DX replace, let's do validate parse. Change error type to boxstra. This allows us to use formatting. That's the whole point of that. Okay, we're going to have a merge conflict, I'm sure. All we really need to do, though, is just copy this stuff into here, and then accept updated change, stash change, current change. Okay. Perfect. What's happening here? Oh, right. Rename that. Now we just need an error message here. Empty or to-do label not allowed. We might actually want to allow .into. We might want to allow empty labels at some point, but for now we don't. Okay. If label.contains space, return. Label with spaces is not allowed. .into. Label cannot contain spaces. Format. Label. Great. Put in quotes. Why not? This seems like it works. I mean, that's good. What do we have something to resolve here? Like, what's going on? Okay, well, I guess it still has the merge conflict, is what it is. That go away? Finally, okay. Whoa, lots of stuff is changing here. Oh, it's refactoring crap. Unnecessarily. Look at that. It's just a bunch of refactoring happened. So strange. And why that only happens sometimes, I don't know. One test failed. Parser tests. Not interested in that. What I'm interested in is a parser. We're still using the to-do label. Let's look for to-do again. It's right here. Two lowercase. Huh. I mean, this should be failing. No. No, it doesn't fail. Hang on. Cargo run. Let's do this. No such file or directory. Oh, that's interesting. Is that... Yeah, okay, good. We're getting the right failure now. Good. Okay. Cargo test. Was that the problem before? Yeah, that might have been the problem we were having before. I'm not even sure. Anyway. It's fine. I'm going to undo all those changes that don't seem appropriate. This change we're making. And that's it. CI. Basic validation. Validate interaction labels. Enough said. Get rid of that other nonsense. Oh great, the parser file disappeared. What in the world? What's this games folder about? Oh yeah. Oh! What? Why is that? Why is it freaking out? I might have to close cursor and reopen it. Cargo build. Cargo test. Great. Honestly, I guess the test shouldn't fail because the test file should be valid. This is fine. Like, our test files need to be valid. Our test stories need to be valid. This is a valid failure. But also, we need to make sure to catch this when our story files are invalid. I feel like we need to add a test to make sure it catches that. Huh. But that's a validation test. Okay. What? Jeez. Okay, I need to close this and just reopen it, I guess. I don't know. Let me find out where the... I had somewhere... Okay, hang on. Somewhere I had the thing. Here it is. Yeah, I think it somehow crashed. In all honesty, I tell you what I'm going to do is I just realized something. I think if I run Nick shell and then cursor, Rust Analyzer might start working. That would be cool. Didn't seem to work. Okay. Try this again. Raj app game Zork Racy Pursuits. Nick Shell. Let's run that. Which cursor? Okay, cursor. Hopefully that runs this time. Okay. Okay. Why is cursor not running? Why is it failing to run? That's weird. Yeah, that's just so strange. Okay. I don't know. I mean, oh, it's because I'm running Nick Shell inside of Nick Shell. That's why. Okay. Well, theoretically, though, this should also include everything in the local folder, right? Yeah, it should. So that should be fine. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Oh yeah. I'm just confusing myself. Okay, so it's not going to work any better than it did before. Oh, it's not working at all now. It's just broken. Okay. I think this is a good place to stop. I need to pause, just take a break. Things are going. I mean, I can't open the parser file in the AI. Like, the AI just broke. Or the I don't know what happened. Something happened, it broke. Let me try one more time. One more time. Promising. Okay, it's working. Great. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I can't run Nick Shell inside of Nick Shell inside of Nick Shell inside of Nick Shell. Got it. Okay. And let's open up the parser file. Oh, we were at the bottom of the file. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. That was the whole issue? Oh my goodness, wow. I feel really smart. Now, I'm going to comment this code out for now. Because I want to add a test for this. Okay. And you want to... Okay. Why do we have all these tabs here? That's really frustrating, honestly. Is this new tab or new chat? Control T is new chat. Alt is replace chat. Can I just close them all? Close other chats. Well, that didn't close any of them. Clear all chats. Okay. None of these things do what I expect them to do. Like, none of these do what I expect it to do. Like, what does it actually do? I expect close other chats to get rid of these tabs. I expect clear all chats to do something funky, but at a minimum to close all tabs, including the current one. If I hit the X, it closes. Like, that won't work at all for some reason. Oh, I'm dragging it. Okay, close. Yeah. So, when I hit clear all chats, it opens a new one. I'm so confused. I have no idea what's going on here. I don't understand that behavior at all. Okay, whatever. Invalidate tests. Oh, it's got a tab. So I have to close stuff that's not relevant from my tab. Oh, I wish I could individually select. I wish I could individually close specific files instead of having to do it like that. Invalidation test. Add a test to ensure that the basic validation will notice when yeah, will fail, return an error when the interaction label is this or to do. Or to do. There we go. That's a new test. Okay, we're still reading types, even though I closed it. That's interesting. I mean, I know we're importing it lots of places, so that might be useful, might be relevant. Hopefully it's one test. Okay, here it is. How does this even work, though? Oh, a for loop. Got it. Okay. Heap. Now let's make sure it builds and fails. Cargo tests. Right. This failure we don't care about. What does concern me is that this test either didn't run or didn't succeed. Okay. I don't know what that is. Doesn't seem like the validation test ran at all. Is that test in the wrong location? See, now here, oh, we're not even running those tests. I think it's because of the panic. So we're panicking and not even getting so far as running that test. And here when we run it, we're panicking for presumably a different reason. Yeah, because of that. Okay, but why are we failing early? Why aren't we... It says running one test. Okay. We're just going to call this work in progress, and we're going to do a get bisect. Get... yeah, get look at tests, validation test. Let's go to here. Get check out this cargo test. Let's see that test fail. Come on, baby, to fail. Now it says we're running 3 tests. Why are we not running 4 or 5 tests? Okay. Oh, I see. It's a separate file. So this has to pass before we even attempt these tests. That's such strange behavior. I want to see all my failures. Okay. Man cargo test. Man cargo test. Okay, no fail fast. Run all tests regardless of failure. Cargo tests, no fail fast. Okay. Honestly, there's way too much output from this. Here's all I want to see. All my tests run together at the same time and all the failures. I don't need all this other garbage. And of course, the failures, I want to have information afterward about what exactly failed. Yeah, see, these all fail. These tests all fail. We never validated this. Okay. This doesn't require a label currently. At all. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. It was bizarre to me. I wasn't getting those test failures. What if I do this? Test. Valid. Can I just, let's see. Cargo test. Can I do that? Oh, I don't know what just happened. 0 passed, 0 failed. Like, don't give me an okay 0 passed, 0 failed. Okay. Test name, test options. Well, what test options do we have? Okay. This is a long one. Okay. Workspace, target selection. When no target selection is given, it will build the following targets. Yada, yada, yada. That's the wrong kind of stuff. I want to figure out which tests I'm running. None of that has to do with testing. Package selection? Okay, well... Okay. Okay. Sure. Compilation options, output options, display options. It doesn't really give me what I wanted. Test name. Mm-hmm. Okay, I give up. Just this does the thing. Great. Now let's see if that works. I think, do we have fewer failures now? I think we do. 2 passed. Oh, because we had 2 tests against the same thing. Okay, great. Fine. Fine. 2 passed. We need a label, right. Please don't tell me this stuff. Okay, there we go. Later state effect. Okay, now we're not messing with the others at the moment, I think. I think we're just going to stick to label for now. Wait. Okay. Huh. Good. Okay. Great. Okay. Right. Yeah, we're not doing the other validation right now. What we are going to do, we run it, it panics. I don't know why it's panicking. Line 10 of main. Expect. Oh, it's the expect. Failed to parse world empty or to do label not allowed. Okay, that's good enough. I didn't know what expect did, and now I know what to expect. Okay, so now what I gotta do is fix it. Story 3. Interactions. Here we have, hello, all kinds of notifications. Okay. Label is going to be, let's just call it light. This is gonna suck for a while. It's not a great user experience. Only allowing them to refer to something as one thing. Well, we could probably fix this with AI. Light switch. Let's call it switch. Like, right now you just have to know. There's no real way to guess what the label is. You just have to know what it is. Which I'm fine with. Button. Here we go. We can handle both of them. Okay. Story bug. Add labels to interactions in 3 room circuits. There we go. Pretty simple. Now this should be the... Oh. Well, that's bad. Oh, right. Our parser was wrong. Okay. Update our parser to pull labels from the JSON. Let's see how this goes. Excuse me, I've been muted for a while. I don't know how long. What does inspect do? Interaction, inspect. Observe. Summarize. Why is this not working? What does observe do? Oh, it returns a string. We return a string. We don't do anything with it. This is a bug in our main function. Print line. Okay. Let's test again. Go south. Inspect light. What does it do? The light is off. Great. Now, you know, there are some other changes I want to make. Let's go ahead and fix that bug while we're at it. Oh, hello. Yeah, let's just do that. Nope. Let's do things in the order they make sense. Okay. Bug parser. Correctly parse labels from story files. Bug main, print the inspect result value. I want to say result because it's not a result. Okay, okay, so what if we inspect switch? What happens? Okay, this is so hard to read. I need to fix this. So something I need to do is only show the room location once. Only when you change location. So let's look at where we print world or whatever. Print room. Okay. So let mute room loc changed equals true. Okay. If loc changed, then we're going to print room and then set loc changed equals false. Perfect. Now then, apply command. I want to know if the loc has changed in here. Apply command. Well, here we're changing the location, and we don't. Do we use loc? We do. Okay, here we're changing the location. Go, right? Let's do something that's not going to work in all cases, but it's just going to be okay. If, wait, match command, user command go, okay. Loc changed equal true. Everything else, we do nothing. Problem, moved value. Fine, we'll do that first. Okay. Let's rerun it. Go south. Fine. Take stapler. This is much clearer. Inspect light. Inspect switch. Okay, there's no text there. Well, why not? The switch is right here. Here's our mapping. We just don't have any information about it. Okay. That's fine. I'm not going to mess with it. We're going to leave that alone for now. Meanwhile, this is working perfectly. Let's call this UX. Only print the room on startup and when player loc is changing. Okay. Now let's try trigger switch. Inspect light. Why is the light off? Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, so there's a bug there, and we're not going to fix that today. That's a big one. Okay, so got that done. I guess we'll call it world or overall. Overall, one big bug we've got. Bug. Light doesn't update when switch is triggered. That's a problem. Why? Question mark. We probably need to print allow debug printing the whole world. That's going to be annoying. No, let's just say the world state. There we go. Actually, we can maybe add that now. This might be easy. Add a command to print the... Wait. Let's do something kind of baller here. What's the new command going to be called? Be cool? Amazingness? Debug state. There we go. Okay. Implement the debug state command. It should print the state for the world and the current room. I don't think I need to give it any more information. It should just work. Now let's see, what have I not committed so far? Only that changed, so we'll see what it comes up with. It should take it a while, to be quite frank. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. We'll just see what it does. So I can foresee in the future we're going to want to change the debug state command. We're going to want to have it where you can debug state, you can debug this, you can debug that, but that's a change for tomorrow, I guess, or another day. All right, give me a sec. Okie doke. So here we have grabbing the player or unwrapping. I don't like that. Grabbing the room and unwrapping. Okay, we're going to fix that. World state. If it's empty, we print empty. Else, yeah, that's fine. Else, for every label, we print the label and variable and the value. Okay. Great. I think that's going to be perfect for now. And there's not much else to this. Now, I do want to get rid of those unwraps. Those are so unsightly. But, yeah. So, some player. Else. What does a player have to do with anything, actually? Oh, we use the player location. I guess we don't have loc in this case? Yeah, not until we do that. Heck, we're unwrapping everywhere else, so we're not going to try to fix this. Okay. Oh no! VS Code is so dumb. Okay. I don't want to make any more changes. I don't want that to disappear again. Oh my goodness. Okay, room. Yeah, okay, we're just going to unwrap that as well. It's probably copying our code, to be honest. House cargo test. Force it fails. Quit. Okay, debug state. Okay. Go south. Debug state. Okay, trigger switch. Debug state. There's a problem. The state should not be empty at this point. Okay. Why does it not work? Well, we need to look at the trigger command. Inventory. Inspect. Trigger. That's the one we want to look at. I'm just going to close a few more. Just need to get some perspective here, I guess. Okay. We have our player. We have our location. We have our room, which we're cloning. We're cloning the room. That's our problem. Okay. Well, there we go. That explains everything. I love how you can be so focused on an issue thinking, oh, this could be really complicated. And then you go and you go to look at it and you're like, oh, this was something dumb and simple. That's life. Okay. Trigger. Okay. Geez, okay. Add debug state command. Okay, well, let's take out this clone and look at the error the bar checker gives us. Cannot borrow world as mutable more than once. Wait a minute. Can this be a ref? Also, can this be a ref? Does that fix it? Probably not. Oh, why are we getting... Wait a minute. We're getting room as mutable because we're mutating right here, right? Trigger does the mutation. Right? Interact.trigger, it mutates... Oh, it doesn't mutate self. Oh. Well, hang on. Get. Problem is... Let's try that. Okay. So, yeah. Interesting. This interaction lives on the room. Well, how's it tied to the room, though? I mean, honestly, cloning shouldn't matter at this point because we're mutating the world that gets passed in, right? Clones should be fine. Right? We mutate the world, and then we're done. Okay, so... the fact that we're using a copy here actually shouldn't matter. Now what? We just had a date. Okay. Honestly, this doesn't need to be mutable, does it? Let's try get. Perfect. Don't know why Russ didn't warn about that. Remove unneeded mutability. Perfect. Okay. Doesn't need to be mutable. Fine. But here, the room inside the world should have been modified by this command. So I guess the problem is not in the trigger, or it's not here, it's here. Let's go look here. State effect, oh gosh, this is one of those fun ones. World.apply effect. Okay. Okay, world.apply effect. We have the effect in the room ID. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the light switch. Here's our light. Here's our switch. Now this is light B. They're using the same variable label. Okay, the locality here is room. So that means we're going to this code, right? We grab the room by room ID. Hopefully it's the right room ID. Now that's something I might need to check. Okay, room.apply effect, state effect. Okay. Let's go. Oh, Room. Where's room? Apply effect. Okay. Check the locality. Fine. That's ugly. Self.state.apply effect. Okay. So immutable state. We have state effect here. Okay. Self.state. Get mutably the variable label. What? Oh no, we're using the variable label as an index into it. Right. Okay. Just a second. Alright, I guess I got some porch packages. I'll go grab them real quick. Okay then. Let's look at this. So, we have our state, we grab our variable from our state. Okay, the current value. Oh, wait a minute. If it's not in the state already, we return. That's the wrong thing to do. I bet this is what's getting called. Right here. Mm-hmm. And we're not even printing an error message. Excuse me. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. We need to get the default value, don't we? Mm-hmm. I don't really understand, though. At some point, I'm supposed to be getting the default value, and I don't see myself doing that anywhere. Well, first of all, let's make this fit. Comma, boom, like that. Now we can at least see the whole thing, right? Okay. Okay, I think this, I'm betting this is what's going on right here. Let's just test that. No value. I'm done. I'm confident that's what's broken. Control D is an invalid command. Control C works fine though. Good to know. Go south. What is it? Trigger switch. Yep. It's exactly what's going wrong with it. Okay, great. Great. Now we solve the issue. Okay. Well, where do we use current? We don't use it until the bottom. Okay. Huh. Well, let's be honest. If it doesn't exist, here's what's going on. And the problem is we want a mutable reference to it, yeah? Okay, let's get the default value first of all. But I'm not seeing where we use that at all in here. Oh, get value does that. Okay. State effect.get value. Am I even calling that? I'm not. Okay. We're not doing all this though. Forget about it. Yeah, we're not messing with all that crap. So, If Daisy? Here. If self.state.contains state effect, oh no, state effect dot variable label. Not. Then, if it's not there, we want to add it. Self.state, okay, it's mutable, right? Insert, and let label equal state effect default equal state effect dot default value. There, this is better. Okay. Contains doesn't exist, apparently. Contains key. What is wrong here? I don't know why I need to borrow when this is already a reference. Whatever. Okay, I didn't really read that one, so I probably should look at the error here. Oh, expected variable found in I32. What is a variable anyway? Okay, we need a new. No, we don't. New variable. Oh no, we'll just call it variable. Label value. Default. Right? Label and value. This all looks good. Problem is moved value. Okay, let's clone it. Okay, use of moved value. Value used after move. Okay, let's look at the whole thing. The move occurs here. No, because of the type. It's moved here. Oh! Well, I think there are two different issues going on here. It seems like we should be using an ampersand here anyway. I think it'll fail. What? Wait. Really? When you insert it. Okay, we'll just clone it here. No biggie. Let's not ponder it too much. Okay, so now at this point, the rest of it should work. This really should give some kind of an error message. We probably need to use results more often here. Yeah. Okay. So, let's get this working. Go south. Okay, trigger, switch. Debug state. This is what I'm talking about. Now, observe light. What was it called? Inspect. Okay, well, the light should be on, but it's not. So we fixed part of the bug. Yeah, okay, we're going to fix both of those. Bug trigger. Wait, this is state trigger, isn't it? State apply effect. Allow inserting new variable. If the variable doesn't already exist, need to create a new one from the default value. I think what happened was we had a brain fart in the middle of building this, and I think basically we have this kind of stuff here, but we just never did that anywhere else. Is this ever used? It's used for observe. Okay, well. Matter of fact, that's probably where our next bug is right around here. Because here's where we decide what to grab for our observe function. And I don't want to trace it all the way back down to here again. Indescribable state, sure. Okay. Now, okay, nothing wrong with cloning, right? It's not a bad sign at all. Let's just add a print statement here. Well, yeah. Locality. What else do we need? Oh yeah, and the variable. Nope. self.locality. Variable.clone. This is going to fail, right? Not for the reason I expected. I'm expecting a type error here. Do debug printing of both values. Question mark. Don't know why it needed to put that text there. That's weird. Doesn't implement debug. I don't really want to fix this myself. Add debug for locality and variable. Okay. Okay, it's doing its thing. I think it might be done. Let's see what happens. Go south. Inspect light. Okay, well, I didn't see anything happen here. Does this never get called? Now that's interesting. Maybe I do need to go trace through here. Let's go back to main. Let's go to inspect. Okay, we have interact.inspect. Can I save this location? Trigger. Inspect. We're going to s.observe. Keep all, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, we are calling this. Okay. So why is this print line never happening? Oh, because we're returning early. We're returning the default value before we get this far. Oh. Okay. Clearly we're returning the default. Fine. You know, there, we want this. I mean, I can clearly see what's happening. Control-C is always a valid command. Go south. Okay. Inspect light. Locality is room. The default value is 0. Okay. Right. Trigger switch. Inspect light. Yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. It's not reading the state properly. But if I look, debug state, it looks fine to me. At least the locality is correct. Let's not remove that. Can I not make changes now? Come on. Variable label. Self.variable label. Please don't destroy what I have. There we go. Perfect. You know, we could have a little expect script here. That'd be nice. Trigger, switch. What? Well, that's interesting. trigger switch, inspect light. I have no idea what's going wrong here. So what I'm gathering is that the room state is wrong at this point in time. That's it. Mm-hmm. Add a debug impl for state, which will print out the list of variables and list of key value pairs. Should be fine. Okay, let's see how this works. Wait, let's use it up here. Right here. Okay, I really hate getting the green on what I'm doing. Hey, let's just keep all to get rid of that. That's super annoying and like makes it harder to read. State. Let's just call it that. And then we'll print out, wait, debug state, right? State. Dot state. Well, state. I think that works. Right? Go south. Inspect light. So far, so good. Trigger switch. Inspect light. That's bad. That doesn't match my expectations. Debug state. Okay. It doesn't match up. I'm assuming that that debug statement was written correctly, but I don't know. I guess the easy way to find out would be to rework the debug state command a little bit. Good enough. We just need to validate that it works the way we expect. Go south, trigger, switch, debug state. What's it look like? Okay, so here's what the state should look like. Yeah, okay, so I can understand this. So, the bottom line is we're getting a different copy of the state. Here, we're getting a different copy of the state than when we run the debug state command. Gotta figure out the reason for that. Now, this state is coming from the room. Oh! Yeah, there's a big whoopsie. Horrendous. Wow. That is a big whoopsie. I was just looking at the wrong state object. Okay, go south. Trigger switch. Inspect light. Hey, the bulb is radiating a warm light throughout the room. Perfect. Done. Ship it. Okay. Huh. Have it running here still. We're going to leave that off for now. We're going to fix the bug first. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Bug state effect get value. Swap world and room state. Okay. Let's add our debug implementations because I like them, but not that. Let's add this. Now this I want to change a little bit. I think our debug state looks a little bit better this way instead of this way. Okay. And then let's just put this here and then room.state. Perfect. Problem? Oh, it doesn't implement display. Well, that's fine. Perfect. No. Yes. Implement debug printing for re-implement the debug printing for state. It's handy to have these debug instances available in more places than the debug state command. Alright, that is the last thing we're doing today, I think. No, it's not. No, it's not. We have been waiting for a long time to do this, and we're going to do it. Go south. What I've been meaning to do... Wait, let's go north. Oh, I can't go north. That's right. Quit. Start over. Oh, okay. Let's just start over again. Okay, take stapler. Okay. Go south. Okay. We're fine with this. We're not going to mess with it. Go east. Wait, exits? Yeah, go east. Okay. Now then, I want to push the button. Trigger button. Nothing happens, as far as we can tell. Debug state. Let's make sure it worked. See, now it didn't work. The world state has not been updated as far as... Well, no, it doesn't update state. That's not what it does. Right. Go west. We have a stapler. Go south. Go east. Trigger button. Trigger button. Go west. 3 staplers. Now what happens if I say take stapler? Inventory. Inventory. 2 staplers. Go. Okay, we need to see the description again. South, go east, go west. 2 staplers remaining. There were 3, now there are 2. Quit. Okay. One more change I want to make. What? Oh, escape to use as an identifier. That's a shame. Look. Destination? Target? Yeah, let's do that. Implement the look command. Right now, the only valid target is around. Looking around should print the room description. Okay, let's see what it does. Okay. I don't know how to look at perfect. Okay. In apply command, use a match statement instead of an if-else. That'll be way better because we're gonna allow looking at other things later. Whoops, I've been muted the whole time. Oh well. Didn't say much. Alright, well, I think that's where we're going to stop today. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, I hope you guys will join me next time. Bye-bye now.